Ooh. No, just what to say no more. We out of here. Morning, Norman. Rice. Okay, here we go. Cheese. Mama. It's a lot of cheese. You like Cheez-Its? That's how you spell cheeses. Cheese. Lots of cheese. Gotta get that cheese. You understand me? Cheese. Liam loves cheese. Right there with you, Liam. I love the cheese. Hurry up so I can get the hell out of here so I can go get some more cheese. It's time for the next set of cheese. go. Alright. Time to go get some more cheese. Here we go. We're out of here. On to the next one.
effective treatments for ED, hair loss, weight loss, or mental health, HIMS has helped millions of guys get support with science-backed prescription medications that are developed by experts and formulated with clinically proven ingredients, so you can see results and...
Yeah, y'all got a damn good show. Crazy story. I could have told you this would happen, but some things you gotta learn the hard way. This woman went to go see her husband for a conjugal visit. Keep in mind, he's in jail for life for killing 4 people during an armed robbery in Los Angeles. That's crazy. If that was Texas, they would have fried him a long time ago. Yeah. But it's woke state of California, so he's still alive. He's gonna live there. He's gonna stay there till the day he dies. And his wife goes to go see him. Watch what he does to his wife during a conjugal visit.
A family demanding answers tonight after a visitor was found dead inside a California state prison.
KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers back in the desk. Now, Mike, you spoke with the family. Lots of questions tonight about how this could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of questions, to say the least, in this situation. And just before the show, I had a chance to speak with the family of this woman. Her name is Stephanie. She went up to Mule Creek State Prison. That's up in Amador County. She went there to have a series of nights with her husband in a family visiting unit of the prison. I want to show you some pictures of Stephanie while I tell you exactly what happened here, because
she seems like a nice lady. I could see it in her eyes. She's got a good heart on her. Don't you think so? Now you can look at some people and see wickedness. I don't see that in her eyes. Because the eyes are windows to the soul, you know. And you think her eyes is expressing joy and happiness and sanctity? I see a blank look, like she's staring at nothing. No, come on, seriously. Why are you misjudging them? Look at them eyes. Look deep in them eyes. Look at them eyes. She just look like them eyes is empty.
According to the Amador County Sheriff's Department and CDCR, at some point in the middle of the night, the person that she was in there to visit, by the way, convicted of 4 murders here in Los Angeles County in the 1990s.
You think she looks wicked? She's probably crazy than a chicken with his head cut off.
Called into the prison staff to say she wasn't breathing. It wasn't for another 2 weeks after her death that her family was notified that something seemed suspicious about the case, and it wasn't until last Friday.
See, she looks like a sweet woman. Seriously. You can't be too sweet. You can't be too sweet to go see a 4-time convicted murderer to give him a conjugal visit. You think a sweet woman does that?
Damn.
That's a good point. All right, here we go. That woman is down.
That they were finally notified this, in fact, was a homicide, that she died by strangulation. Now, the man she was in there to see, her husband, has not been charged, has not even been named as a suspect to us when we inquired about the case.
So, what's the point in charging him? He's in there for life. It's in California. What else are they going to do to him? It's not like y'all going to make him go to sleep with a shot or something. That dude willingly took 4 people's lives, so you go give him a conjugal visit?
That's crazy as shit.
Eight Sleep's brand new Plug 4 is truly incredible right out of the box. Installation is pretty simple. This goes over your bed like a...
Alright. At age 40 though, ladies and gentlemen, age 40 is where the game changes. Sean's the game changer. At age 40, you have put in your 20 years. You have done the work of getting your body right. You've done the work of networking, failing, trying better, failing again, and now you've gone into the second phase of life. You should have been promoted 2 or 3, at least 3 times by 40. By 40, you should have been promoted at least 3 times. And sometimes you move companies to move up. You should have moved up at least 3 times. This is when you should be at the director phase of life, the regional manager, vice president. You are ready to win. This is the phase of life to where you take no prisoners. And this is the phase of life where guys got to become more and more aware, because this is the phase of life where
I'm a PhD.
lose. They can no longer run on the fact that black don't crack and they still look like they're hot enough to get in the club. I know so many women who are 35 plus, who when you look at their bodies, they are beautiful, but you touch them and they're soft. They work out, but it's not firm, it's not tight like it used to be. Because gravity and time is the same on all of us. And why is this important? Because you need to understand at age 40, your mindset needs to remember at age 20 how you had to eat shit. Because so many women will be coming along your way who had nothing for you back in the day when you were baby head. And you're like, don't diss them. Don't be mean to them. Hell, talk to them, flip their brain, work with them if possible. If you won't, dust a few of them off. But by no means do you get involved with them. Shout out to Minister Jeff. He has a phrase that I'm going to take. He says, you're too old to mold. There used to be a brother running around the Manosphere, funny Manosphere Street, talking about he doesn't deal with women over 25. I think that's a bit young. But the general sentiment is, if you are a woman and you are cute, pretty, beautiful, and or gorgeous, that's 6, 8, 9, and or 10, and you have never been married, there's something wrong with her. 100% of the time, there is something wrong with her. She might be feminine. She is likely beautiful. She may say all the right things, but in the place, but somewhere there is a flaw in her mindset. And those are the women who are going to start coming out of the woodwork. These are the women who I talk to with the most to try, because they're really trying to understand, how do I correct this behavior? I didn't hear this information growing up. I didn't see it growing up. But look, I have mismanaged my prime years, and I'm trying to salvage it. They're freezing eggs. They're taking all kind of tests. And here's the thing: I don't begrudge them any of this stuff, except one problem. They're dating in their late 30s like they're in their 20s. You can't do that. And see, so many guys in their late 30s, you know, when we're getting the time where it's time to start winning, guys are like, you know what? Well, you know what? It's time for me to go ahead and decide to settle down. But you don't settle down with these women, gentlemen. You don't settle down with these women. Why don't you settle down with these women? Because they'll ruin you. They'll ruin you because their software, their mindset. Remember, you don't deal with a woman's what comes out of her mouth. You deal with her actions, and her mindset will tell you everything you need to know. Her mindset is modern woman. I don't care what they say, her mindset is modern woman. And a lot of women get mad at me for saying that, because a lot of women think that they are traditional women, but no, they're not. They're not traditional women, because there's no way you could get to be a traditional woman and you're still single into your 30s. None. No way. No way you could have been a traditional woman and got to be single. Especially if you have the cute, pretty, beautiful, and or gorgeous. Because guess, they've had men come by. They've had suitable men come by. They've had relationships. Many of them been engaged. But you know how many women that you'll find at this age who, but if they're honest with you, they'll tell you, I've had opportunities, but it's always something. You know what it tends to be? It's the jaw.
Duh, man, plus care, whole body PO protects you everywhere.
Wawa's up and ready for you every morning. Fresh coffee, hot sizzlers, and more. Mornings made easy.
It's not big enough to follow me. So why are men winning at this area of life? Because
You are nothing but a dirty, stinking, low-down hyena.
there's a lot of women that got the hyena mindset. They got the hyena mindset at this time and phase of life. And the most important thing you can do is understand that that's who they are. Don't get mad at them. Just avoid them. Because there is nothing you can do with the hyena. That's what it sounds like when I here in Atlanta or around the country, or I hear a bunch of these women, 3 or 4 to a group. How do you doing their girls' night or whatever it is, what it is. That's what you hear, a bunch of hyenas.
Actually, I'm empty right now. I'm about to go pick something up.
You come in there roaring like a lion. They're like, ooh, look at him, girl. He look like he's CIA. Shoot, he even look like he the bag. Yep. And then they got the nerve to be looking at you like a whole snack. They're looking at you like a whole snack. And then you roll over, but then here's the funny thing. You know what the funny thing about all this is, guys? They're looking at you like you still back on the college campus, right? And what do you see? What do you see when you see these women? And they're looking at you like, hey, how you doing? Hey, big head. And they roll up to you, and you're like, I can't get with you. And then if you act, and then they ask you or your opinion about something, then out of your mouth comes traditional man, masculinity, manhood, hierarchies, gender roles, all that kind of stuff. Then the next thing you know, you spot the undercover Shirley, and you call it out. Hey, Shirley, and what do you hear?
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. Now don't call me Shirley.
Shirley, you can't be serious. And she's like, I am serious. Don't call me Shirley. Let me get this right. You are 5'4", 170 pounds, $200,000 in student loan debt. You want to have 39 years old. You want to have 3 kids, and you don't have to work to pay significant bills after you're pregnant with the first child, and you don't want to have to work or be responsible for more than 10% of the family bills. Yet you want to travel, you want to open your own business, a daycare, a spa, everything else. You can't be serious, Shirley.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. Now don't call me Shirley.
I know, and then they give me, and then you ask, God gonna figure it out. And then here's the funny thing: guys like run into these women at 40 years old, and they start asking slick ways. So are you on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube? Yeah. You ever watch any relationship or dating content? Yeah. You ever watch Kevin Samuels?
This is a certified hood classic.
All you want to do to piss women off is ask them if they watch my content.
Holy shit.
That's what her eyes do. They're like, holy shit. This watches Kevin Samuels? I gotta go.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks.
That's what they do. Gentlemen, I have become your best line of defense. You want to screen a woman? All you have to do is say, oh, what kind of content do you watch online? And if she says she does not watch me, go ahead and leave.
Holy shit, look at that rabid hyena just ripping this guy's nuts off.
If she doesn't watch my content, guys, what do you think that means? If she doesn't watch my content, or if she does watch my content and she has a problem with it, what do you think that means? What do you guys think that means? That means she's already pre-screened to not be one for you. Yeah. She's already pre-screened to not be one for you. So your godfather is out here doing work even when I'm not working.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Now Taxes is having a TurboTax expert who does your taxes from start to finish. Why you
working? Do you watch Kevin Samuels content?
Holy shit.
Then you watch her talking to some beta boy over there, you be like,
Holy shit, look at that rabid hyena just ripping this guy's nuts off.
and you just, when you're walking out like, God, I survived, I made it to 40, I got no kids, she's over there free kids, and they're telling you it's all the men's fault. It's your fault. You hate your mama. You're undercover gay. Your mama black. Gentlemen, at 40 is when you start to live. And at 40,
look at you. You're average at best.
At 40, that's about as good as they can expect. Because every decade they lose a point. I want you to imagine a woman who's a straight up solid 9. An unadulterated 9 in college. When she reaches age 30, she automatically drops to an 8. She drops to an 8 just by default. She drops to an 8 by default. And you know what happens? You go up. Men, we go up. Ladies go down. So you go up and she goes down. Then at 40, the woman who was a 9 now is an adjustable 6 at best. But are they dating that way? No, they're dating as if their value has gone up with their age, their debt, their weight, and their income in some cases. And what you do, gentlemen, is you just avoid these women. Guys, at age 40, you write a list of your absolute deal breakers, your non-negotiables. And it is my personal opinion, especially in your personal life, don't have women in your life that are not feeding your ego, who don't respect you on your terms. See, a lot of women, disrespect is not calling somebody their name. I said this when I was watching the Peep Network, and they were talking about some stuff that Kay does all the time. Kay is mad disrespectful, but she doesn't think she is, because calling somebody out of their name is a form of disrespect. But doing something people disapprove of, and you knowingly know they disapprove of it, and you can choose to not do it, is being provocative, which is being disrespectful. See, guys, we spend so much time and especially in black community, we'll spend so much time debating and arguing with our women. We're just used to it. And we have to be the ones that stop. We have to be the ones to stop engaging women in the bullshit. Remember the whole OnlyFans Subway thing, or the whole what was that thing where I did with the 3 chicks at one? You don't engage. It's not a debate. You're looking for women who are serious women, who are not just wanting to travel, have fun, this and such and so forth. So at 40, life begins for a man at 40. It's the best part of life. You still get the benefit of being a young enough man, but you are wise enough to get shit done. You got some gray hairs, and you know that you don't have to rush. It's good for a man who's done the right things. But if you haven't done the right things by 40, gentlemen, I suggest you get, I mean, if you're not putting in the 60 hours, because this is where it shows up. Many of you guys are football fans, and you know the fourth quarter is where the work in the gym shows up, the road work, the conditioning. At 40 is where all this shows up. At 40 is where you start making distance between people. At 40 is what starts separating the men from the boys, as it were. Now, are you in a position to take advantage of that? Are you in a position to take advantage of your 40s? And that's the real question. A lot of guys aren't in a position to take advantage of their 40s. So what you need to do is look and say, do I have my wolf pack? Am I fit? Am I an athlete for life? Am I putting in my 60 hours? Am I doing all the stuff? Do I have my network together? Do I have my masculine image together? And this is one area where most men fail. Many men have all this stuff on their career, everything else, but you're still dressing like you dressed in college. Sorry, gentlemen, it won't work. Take off the damn graphic t-shirt, Jordans, jeans, and fitteds. Absolutely unacceptable. I saw somebody saying, white boys can grow their hair out and grow hair long, but black men got to cut their hair. That's bullshit. Shut the fuck up. When our ethnic image tops in, we can start making rules. Until then, shut up. Stop being such a rebel and play the game. See, as an image consultant, you don't come pay me to help you reconstruct your image just to do the same shit you did before. You dress for outcomes as a grown damn man. Now, on my channel, when I was becoming an image consultant, you can watch me try every style personality. I went through times where I had plaids, colors, different textures, different patterns, different accessories, you know, and I sat down with my own image consultant after I learned the business. I'm like, okay, what is my style? Now you guys see, I have it down. But I left all of that up so you can see where the evolution came from. Go back over my channel and you can see a guy like you that just decided to do the work. Esquire, GQ, Bachelor, okay? But what is your masculine archetype? Refined. And somebody kind of like myself. The rogue or the rake, I've already described these. You can be a refined tiger, a rakish tiger, a rogue tiger. You can be a refined lion, a rakish lion, or a rogue lion. We don't deal with the hyena mindset male over here. Just like we don't entertain hyena mindset or mule mindset women. What we do with women like that is we avoid them. The only way we don't avoid them is if we can profit from it. The only reason we don't avoid women like that is if we can profit from the association. Meaning, when I finish Men's Week and I talk about the attorney, the realtor, this, the that, the averages, the averagers, I profit from the association from a lot of different things because I can better speak to it. But my ultimate goal is to make sure that you as a man, understand that so many of you young guys want to get down in your 20s, you're not looking to realize about 40 is when it starts. At 40, you start living. At 40, do whatever. And I'm going to tell you, as a guy, I would not consider, I wouldn't even contemplate, especially in the black, I wouldn't contemplate marriage. If you're not at 40 in the top 10%, I wouldn't contemplate marriage. Only in understand that because women say that. And I'm going to talk to the women about the Great Resignation. Look, the Great Resignation is here to stay. And I'm going to talk to black women in particular about this all next week. There's so many black women who are going to be left working for corporate America while most other women are working from home. The reason so many black women cannot take advantage of the Great Resignation is because you are chronically unmarried.
This mouse backpack is the best I've ever used.
Introducing the Mouse X Mercedes AMG F1T. The Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula One approach to
chronically unmarried. I'm going to bring in stuff from the minority mindset, just seeing some other things, talking about the Great Resignation, talking about how companies are talking about how companies are starting to go back to women to renegotiate, and y'all's dumbasses are taking the packages. You know how many women I know of who are working long, crazy hours, getting underpaid? The company can offer them $5,000. The Great Resignation on top of inflation. Most of you ladies, if you could get along with a man, you would be set. More on that to come. The Great Resignation. But gentlemen, not in the top percent, 15%, 75,000 or more. Maybe you don't live in a big city. Maybe you live in Tulsa. Okay, Tulsa. If you're living in Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Austin, something where the cost of living is below the national average, the top 15% will do. But if you're in the top 15% and you don't want to get married, gentlemen, get you a cereal, get a steady, have somebody to hang out. Men who have a girlfriend for the summer, spring, summer, winter, fall. I got a cold weather girlfriend, I got a warm weather girlfriend. I'm not talking about running a rotation per se, because I'm talking about all your relationships with women need to be above board and need to be clear up front, because you don't want to try to be a fuckboy or a player or a stupid N-word in this time, because you'll mess up your reputation trying to do stuff for slick or for free that you could do as a grown damn man. Do it that way, guys. Don't do it that way. Be up front. Pay the price. Instead of trying to get it to live and then find yourself with a crazy crazy girlfriend blowing up your social media, stalking you online, writing all kind of reviews. Again, how you handle women is going to determine a lot. And at 40, you need to have women in your life for recreation. Yeah, going out to eat is cool, but I love to be sitting across from a beautiful woman in a nice restaurant. I like women's company. Women are great insights.
Meet the new standard in sleep. This is Pod for All.
This girl got a lot of hate after posting videos of her workouts because of this. This gym influencer called Lauren posted a normal workout video, but a significant number of people began claiming that
What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to Stoic Context. On this channel, we react to some of the best thinkers.
All right. At age 40, though, ladies and gentlemen, at age 40 is where the game changes. It's not the game changes. At age 40, you have put in your 20 years. You have done the work, your body right. Can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, say 5. If you can hear me, say 5. If you can hear me, say 5. I want to hear people say 5 in the room. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Fresh fade. Yeah, partner. Cool. Because the Godfather's headed out of town tomorrow to, I just got back from travel. That's why I'm running late, and then I gotta go out to LA. I'll be out there for the better part of a week. So I'll be out in LA all the way through Sunday. Let's see. I hear it coming through. Anyway, we'll get close. You know, you type in, let me see. So here's the thing, I'm going to be there all the way through Sunday. I'm actually shooting a music video. Your Godfather's shooting a music video. Don't be surprised if you start seeing me pop up here, there, TV, movies, commercials. You just never know. Never know. But here's the important thing. But the main thing is the mission. So on my story I posted today, Brother Dennis Sterling. And he posted how he was a single father. How he was a single father out here getting it done. And he had been doing this thing for 10 years because he had, you know, he had on them thing because she had to go ahead and. So brother man had to do what he had to do, and he decided to go do what a lot of guys do. Just raise his kid on his own, and he was on his way out of the country. That brother was on his way to move to the Dominican Republic with his boys. But I convinced him to join my Facebook group, The Mix. And in under a week, he met his fiance, his new woman. So, but here's the funny thing. I have begun to notice that I hear more men say that women who are educated, who claim to want these higher value men, these men that are on their level, okay? These men that are, you know, these men that are on their level and all that other kind of stuff. What a lot of guys are starting to tell me in the last 6 months is, man, I went out with this woman. She had an MBA, she had her master's, she had her bachelor's. Girls, here's the badges, man. You know what the problem is? On paper, everything should line up, but what's the problem? Boy, they be acting a fool out here with these whips, boy. It's like, as soon as I start live streaming, that's when they start. Dudes is like, hey, man, she's used to dating down. I'm like, what do you mean? She's used to dating guys that she grew up with, people from her neighborhood, and when I'm dating this woman who we're academically and all this stuff linked, it's like a lot of brothers are saying these educated women don't want educated men. And at first, women would say there were no men on their level, right? But now you got 2.5 million brothers that are in upper class. 54% of black men are single and childless. 61% in the middle class in this country. I'm starting to hear this whole, because now they got to move goalposts. First, it wasn't enough black men because you're all down low in jail or down low in jail or some otherwise unqualified, right? Now, what it is the guys who are accomplished, and here's the thing, there's an education, there's a formal education, and then there's somebody who actually becomes self-educated, self-taught. And those guys actually tend to have applied knowledge, but what you start to realize, especially here in Atlanta, I see more educated women who cannot deal with being around educated men. And I was like, well, what's the problem? You would think it would be a natural match. But it's about power. A lot of these women want to feel superior to men. Now, this is an issue in the West where manhood, masculinity, manhood, that kind of stuff is cheap, but we're supposed to deify women. So I need you guys to understand that this is not just about an intimidation. It's the thing that women want to feel better than men. And if you are smarter than they are, they can't handle it. You know, trailer park dudes or Madden Kings or Pookie. Every culture has their version of the guy who's just a dude that ain't doing nothing. And you should always wonder, why would these chicks go get their masters, their PhDs, when you end up dating a dude that's, ain't really doing nothing? Because they feel smarter than him. A lot of these women don't want men who can not only do they not want men who can challenge them, they don't want men who can best them. Let me explain. My show, when it first got started, I had a lot of women who would call in who would be younger, less educated, whatever, and they're used to being able to fire off their talking points and kind of win an argument with guys that they're used to. But when a man actually picked up a book and is read and is current, don't like it, because it's about being superior to a man. What's going on with this, ladies? Let's talk about it. Because you get mad when you see brothers with a law degree or a surgeon or a pilot or a man who owns his own logistics company or some guy who's tech savvy and he's well read and everything else, and you get mad when they decide to pick Maria, Marisol, Marlene, and Jamila. I've started to see more women who cannot coexist with men who are smarter than them. And you look at their dating history, and it'll tell you, look, people are not what we say, we are what we do. Look at a woman's dating history. And if she is up here academically or scholastically, and the guys she's dated are down here, what's that tell you? Why with her? I want to make. But we know when some guys are just meatheads, just happy to be doing what they're doing. And again, this is not about money. This is about class. See, many men can have money, but have not elevated to the next social class. Most women want to be with men of a higher class all the way around. But why do our women who have elevated to a certain social class always seem to get guys who are beneath them? Because it's about superiority. But maybe I'm wrong.
Headed to Ohio.
So what I'm doing this year is I'm talking to people around the country, women around the country, men around the country, in particular women who are womanists, feminists, self-love, and I want to help me understand where I'm missing, because I am so tired of seeing equally yoked other groups and so many of our women unmarried. Because tomorrow when I talk about the Great Resignation, the Great Global Reset, I want you to fast forward. 22 million jobs quit in the last 4 months. They are leaving record numbers never to return, but going home to their husbands or their significant relationship. And a man who has the ability to provide for her, him, and everything else. That means a man who tends to be confident, intelligent, and assertive, an educated man who's out here grinding. It's not a guy who's just getting by. So what am I saying? Ladies, you can have your PhD. You can have your master's, you can be a realtor or an attorney or a physician or a marketing or this or that. But the workforce in the next 5 years, think about what happens, is women of all colors start to leave the workforce, go home to work a home-based business, focus on family building. They're building family, network, generational wealth. Who is going to be left in the workplace? Men of all stripes? And what are the women that are going to be left there? The women that are going to be left are going to be the single, unmarried women. Who are the most single, unmarried women? So what are they doing now? They're starting to offer people 10% raises to stay. 10% raises to stay. You had a job doing XYZ last year and we didn't give you a raise, but now we want to offer you a 10% raise just to stay. Well, understand something. Inflation has already gone up 7%. Just living last year cost 7% more. Utilities, gas, everything else. In New York and California, it's 7% more expensive. And that's not including the cost of living adjustment of 3%. If you've been on your job for 3 years and you've never had a raise, you're already making about 10% less from day one. So if they give you a 10% raise, they're just catching you up for all the money they've been pimping you from. Ladies, black women in particular, why can't you deal with a black man who's smarter than you? who is superior to you, not equally yoked. See, we always hear about the men you don't want. I'm talking about the men who are smarter than you and have the results to show it. You can't bounce around them, use shame, insults, guilt, and need right. You can't baffle them with bullshit. No, they know their shit. If you're a smart man, you know exactly what I mean. But see, there's a lot of what I mean. Like, oh no, what's wrong with him, girl? He's arrogant. That's what they keep saying. A brother like that is arrogant or full of himself. But then when that arrogant coding guy or that arrogant logistics guy run off and get with Maria, Kelly, Mylene, Jamila, then all of a sudden he'll tell it, well, ladies, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Let's get to it. Let's get to education. I'm gonna make it quick tonight because I gotta pack and get ready to go out of town. It's gonna be, I can't wait to go to LA. You know what? I'm not a big LA fan, but every time I go to LA, good stuff happens. So we're just gonna go out there and kick it. Got some content to make. I'm gonna sit down with the people you guys are probably gonna be really shocked to see you sit down with. Expanding the content. You said got me on
the chest, feet, and even down there. That's care everywhere, everywhere.
Live your biggest life in the new GMC Acadia. Current eligible lessees can get this low mileage lease.
They got me on the... let's see, how many people have lost their channels this week? 6 people have lost their channels this week for using my content. I'm not playing with y'all. When I say don't use my content, I mean it. Don't use my permission. 6 channels in 2 days. Now, and they were all channels that were monetized. Don't play. Let's see. I've had people decide that they think they can just come to my platform and copy my content and do what they want to. I've got 2 people in federal court right now. So I'm letting you know, folks, I'm not playing. I think a lot of folks just think this is a game and they think that these videos are just what they want to. You sign that YouTube form, you got your information out there. I'm not gonna say anything. Keep playing if you want to. Now, if you want to use my content, request permission, and if I grant it, cool. If not, I'll keep taking y'all's money. I'll leave that there. We're the only group of people that feel like that you can just, because black people, we have just no chill. It's like, I see it, I'll use it. No, you can't have that.
Money work.
I'll tell you what, we got a great one. Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd finally had balls to come on this show after weeks of calling me a propagandist. Know this, our interview will be unedited. Rudd's going down. It's happening. I'm gonna give that dude an infection of parody. I should explain. We come out early, I do a little warm up with the audience, and for some unknown reason, and it really was not prompted, I was trying to discuss the relationship between asthma medication and a side effect of an infection of the perineum. Unfortunately, I have no one in the audience who was able to satisfy my curiosity on that. Those of you at home who may be looking it up right now, wait till the commercial break. But first, a quick update on an administration that is once again carrying out its plans with competence and professionalism.
A reporter from The Atlantic says he was mistakenly added to a group chat with top members of the Trump administration as they were texting back and forth about highly sensitive war plans.
Jeffrey Goldberg says he was included in a group chat full of our nation's top security officials discussing what we can only assume to be top secret plans to bomb Houthi targets across Yemen on March 15th. Everything from the weapons America would be deploying to the timing and the attack sequences.
Oopsie poopsie! You know, back in my day, if you were a journalist who wanted leaked war documents, you'd work the sources, meet them in a dark garage, earn the trust, pound the pavement. Now, you just wait for the National Security Advisor to be distracted by White Lotus while he's setting up his group chat. Are those guys jerking each other off? By the way, I might be in this group chat. I don't know. I don't check my group chats. Perhaps my favorite text of the entire group chain was the one from our defense secretary saying, quote, "We are currently clean on OPSEC." For those of you who don't know, OPSEC means operational security. He said that in a group chat. A group chat with a journalist. The journalist said that he didn't think that the story was real until Yemen was bombed. Oh, did I bring you down? Let's move on. Because as you know, there are certain hypocrisies and absurdities that we find in our cultural moment that make for great fodder for humorous dialogue, a facial expression, a nod and a wink. Then there are other pronouncements by our elected officials, actions by our government, that are so baldly bullshit, even though you know it will have no effect, and that these powerful creatures have been genetically modified to resist shame, self-reflection of any kind. You just can't help yourself but to go old school Daily Show coach. I'm talking about the debate on free speech. Now, as we know, conservatives have been very concerned about the loss of free speech in our country for a very long time.
Bullies on the left aiming to silence conservatives.
Free speech is under siege in this country.
The leftists, they've become the thought police. They basically declare themselves God and judge us for our thoughts.
George Orwell was right. The thought police come next to punish thought crime. Be very, very scared.
I am. Perhaps not for the reasons you... Are the thought police with you right now, Jimmy? Are they in the bottom? But luckily, our national free speech nightmare recently came to an end when we entered the golden age of Donald Joseph F. Trump.
We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. Free speech in America is back.
Thank God we have a president now who believes in free speech.
Yes. Thank God. We have a president now who believes in free speech. Just go ahead, roll 212.
I believe that CNN and MSDNC, what they do is illegal. I think CBS should lose its license, but I think ABC should lose its license also because of what they do.
I watched What Happened Live. I think Bravo should also lose their license. What they did to Dorinda on Traders, they should be sent to a Salvadorian hellhole. This is what I'm talking about. Generally, you've got to search the archives for contradictions on one stated principles, dig through policy papers to uncover.
Yes, we always keep your information encrypted, private, and secure. As an authorized e-file provider, we've securely filed over 60 million tax returns directly with the IRS. Finally, you need to be sure, will my taxes be done right? We guarantee it. All of our calculations are guaranteed accurate. We also guarantee you'll get your biggest possible refund. Trying something different this year could save you $100 or more on your tax filing. Making the switch is easy. Try Free Tax USA today.
Any cardiologist will tell you, hearts come in chunks. Blood comes into the aorta to the right ventricle, passes through your speech chunk. But since coming into office, Trump and the Republicans have instituted policies that are a dagger right through many people's speech chunks.
The White House has barred the Associated Press from presidential events because the AP Mexico, the Gulf of America, in its style book.
And in a dramatic escalation against the American legal system, Trump this weekend directed his government to target law firms battling his actions.
Federal immigration officials arrested a Palestinian activist who helped lead last year's student encampment protest at Columbia.
I think we ought to get them all out of the country. They're troublemakers. They're agitators. They don't love our country.
My chunks! My precious chunks, my lovely lady chunks. My chunks, my chunks. You're making my perineum tingle. Here's the thing. These attacks on free speech, especially the one where they deported that activist. If there's one thing that I know about the powerful principals at our higher education institutions, they will not be bullied by a roll 212.
Columbia University is bowing to President Trump's demands, announcing it will change a number of policies.
Among them, placing the school's Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies Department under academic receivership for at least 5.
Hello, friend. I see you from Iran also. I'm glad you're tuning in. That's awesome. Assalamu alaikum.
Years.
Some students protesting the war in Gaza. Suddenly a whole academic department is on double secret probation with government oversight. And by the way, okay, Middle East part, African studies? What the did they do? So the African studies professor's like, I teach intermediate Swahili. See, these guys don't give a about free speech. They care about their speech. It's so blatant hypocrisy. It's so old school Daily Show gotcha. You know what? I'm just going to put on the wig I used to wear during those years. Because the hypocrisy is just so... Here's Donald Trump. criticize judges that he has appointed.
A lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse, and it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form.
Yes, criticizing judges. It is interference. It should be illegal. Tremendous abuse. And 4 days later, not 4 days later, not a full French work week later.
President Donald Trump just took to Truth Social and deemed this judge, responding to this decision here, calling him a radical left lunatic of a judge, a troublemaker and agitator who was sadly appointed by Barack Hussein Obama. He says this judge should be impeached.
The hypocrisy. It burns. And are we really still doing the Barack Hussein Obama thing? Oh, free Harambe. Come on, people. See, what was the whole thing that they hated about the left on free speech?
No one is safe from the left's word police.
No one. What exactly would an actual government-run word police organization look like?
The Trump administration is actively trying to purge the federal government of so-called woke initiatives. Government agencies have flagged hundreds of words to limit or avoid. Words like DEI, BIPOC, anti-racism, Latinx, Native American, Black, women. Seemingly random words like expression, at risk, political, and even mental health and sex.
What's left? BIPOC and Latinx, I get that. You're not allowed to say sex. You can't say words like women or sex or hashtag Me Too. How can a lot of your cabinet members describe their weekends? You know, you can't protest in a way that offends the right. You can't teach things that the right doesn't want you to teach. You can't read things that they don't want you to read. You can't use words that they don't want you to use, but they love free speech. I guess fear not. At least we'll always have art.
President Trump demanding a painting of him be removed because he finds it unflattering.
That's a shame that you didn't experience anything fun, tasty from the home kitchen. But all that could change. I love to cook.
Take it down because he believes this picture is unflattering, which really makes you think, do you think other pictures of you are flattering? At least in the painting, they blended the foundation into your hairline. But painting is out. Oddly enough, there is still one area of free speech that the right defends non-hypocritically.
I think they've come a long way, Meta. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg came to the White House, who I like much better now. You know, I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok. Twitter, now they call it X. And it's great that Elon bought that. He's done us all a big favor.
He loves it. Meta, X, the tickety-tock. Why is it that they're so enamored with social media?
Studies by the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, and academic organizations have found that the site forced political content on users. That content was almost invariably pro-Trump, pro-Republican, and pro-Musk.
Huh. The one area of free speech that they want to protect completely is the area that supports them and isn't actually free. Social media is algorithmic, and it advances with key demographics, or to put that in the most hilarious way possible.
The president sat down with Outkick's Clay Travis on Air Force One to discuss the status of his second term.
President Trump getting to talk to you here on Air Force One. I wanted to start with this. Why do you think young men are so overwhelmingly coming in your direction?
My work here is done. Perhaps I can answer that question. They are overwhelmingly coming in his direction because that is the direction they're facing. I don't know if you know how that works, but you really can't kind of direction you're not facing. Although, young man at that age, you could bank a shot. I could see one fly over the shoulder. Maybe a trick shot where they landed in a cup. You know where that would go viral? Social media. The one place the right will unequivocally protect free speech is the one place where the speech isn't actually free. Algorithms, it's speech incentivized for engagement and profit. It's manipulated. It just so happens that the same process that forces you to doom scroll somehow also draws you into Republican ideology. Social media is a machine designed to stimulate the reptilian parts of your brain that would otherwise beg you to go outside. It's like being impressed that casinos give out free food. It's not free. Social media isn't the town square open forum of ideas. It's got a plan.
In the summer of 2019, Facebook created a fake account for a 41-year-old mom. They called her Carol Smith. Carol started off by liking a few popular conservative Facebook pages, but quickly, Facebook began dragging her down a rabbit hole of misinformation. After only 2 days, Facebook recommended Carol follow a QAnon page, and a few days later, it suggested she follow another. By week 3, Carol's feed had become, quote, a constant flow of misleading and polarizing content.
Now, Carol Smith is a completely fictional character, and yet her children have stopped talking to her. Although she was apparently added to a Pentagon group chat and knows the details about when they're bombing. Guys, social media isn't the same as free speech. Social media is free speech in the way that Doritos are food. It's ultra processed. It's designed in laboratories. A mechanism that somehow story skyscraper of potato-ish. And the most disappointing thing, where are my conspiracy theorists at? Now that it's on the right. For God's sakes, billionaires are designing machines to manipulate our speech, to control our behavior, and to rewire our. They're removing our regular speech and doing a, I don't know, great replacement of it to solidify their hold on. Are you awake yet? Come on, you were with me on the lab leak thing. Remember what happened? Come on. You barely even touched your Epstein binders. Doesn't this bother you at all?
Elon Musk has taken a very courageous stand for the First Amendment. He's tough as a pine knot. And the man's got guts. He's got arms just the size of beach balls.
Please stop with this foghorn leghorn bullshit. He's got arms the size of beach balls. But let me guess. How do you feel about other billionaires owning and manipulating our media?
Mr. Soros is now the largest single shareholder in Aussie radio stations. In America, you can't just go do this. Mr. Soros is a billionaire. Pass me the sick bucket. Sit and write.
Pass us all the mother sick bucket.
Now, in my opinion, getting older is a blessing, but only if you do it right. Now, some guys, they let age slow them down, but the sharp ones, they keep leveling up. That's because with age comes wisdom, but only if you're willing to hear some brutal truths. That's why in today's video, I'm going to break down 10 brutal truths all of us older men need to hear. No sugarcoating, no fluff, just some real talk to help stay sharp, confident, and keep winning at life. Now, if you're new here, welcome, Jeff, your Style OG. On this channel, we discuss various men's lifestyle topics such as style. Hey, if any or all those topics interest you, I invite you to subscribe, tap the notification bell, and join us. And to my returning friends like Alton Jermaine, salute. Now, first up on the list of 10 brutal truths every older guy needs to hear, this one is one of the realest ones on the list. You're going to have to face the fact the world doesn't owe you anything. Now here's the problem. A lot of older guys think that the world should just hand them a reward just because they show up. But let me be the first one to tell you, you're not 6 years old, you're not playing T-ball, you're not going to get a participation trophy. We all need to face the facts that nobody cares about your past struggles, missed opportunities, or what you feel like you deserve. A lot of us sit around complaining, hope for a handout. But the successful man, he takes control, he adapts, and he makes things happen. Here's the thing. Success, respect, and opportunities, these are things you earn, not something somebody's just going to give you. And the second you accept this brutal truth, you'll start winning. So stay focused, stay disciplined, stay hungry, and keep leveling up. Because the winners, they go get it. They don't wait for anything. Now, next up on the list is something I've noticed more and more as I've gotten older. Time moves faster than you think. When you're in your 20s, you think you have all the time in the world. But as you get older, the next thing you notice, decades have gone by. The ones who get left behind in life, they waste time on distractions, procrastination, and just let life. But the successful, they set goals, move with urgency, take action. The sad truth is, as we get older, we can't rewind the clock, but we can make every moment count. And here's one of the key things I want you to take from this point. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. The perfect moment is right now. So stay sharp, stay intentional, and keep growing. Because time waits for no man, and neither should you. Now, next up is a brutal truth we need to hear as we get older, that a lot of us, we kind of let this one slip. We wind up learning the hard way. You have to realize your health is your responsibility. When we're younger, we can get away with bad eating habits, not working out, poor quality sleep, because the consequences don't show up right away. But as we get make excuses and just let ourselves go. But the wise ones, they take charge of their health, working out, eating right, and prioritizing recovery. Nobody's coming to save you, especially when it comes to your own health. So stay sharp, stay focused, stay disciplined, and stay active. Take care of your body now. Your older and older self will thank you. Unfortunately, a lot of us will regret it if we don't later. You have to keep in mind, health is one of your most valuable assets. Protect it as such. Now, harsh truth we're all going to have to face as we get older is one of the first signs aging will be on your face. That's why it's very important to have a skincare routine. And why I'm super excited that today's video sponsor is Teach Hanley. Teach is designed around your daily routine, which makes them very easy to incorporate into your life. Simple and uncomplicated, they only take a few minutes in the morning and a few more minutes before you go to bed, so it doesn't interfere with your daily flow. I'm here to tell you, when you have improved skincare and your face is looking young, healthy, and fresh, you're confident. Another great thing about Teach, they have performance-driven formulas designed around different men's needs. For us OGs, I recommend the Level 3 system. I should get a wash, a daily moisturizer for the AM, and a PM moisturizer twice a week to exfoliate your skin and get rid of dense skin cells that appear on the top layer of facial scrub. And 2 extra steps for the OGs, a skin tightening serum and an eye cream. And to make it even easier to incorporate into your daily life, each box comes with this little cheat sheet, which tells you when to use each product, how much of it to use, and in what order. I've personally been using Teach Hanley for the last 6 years, and I couldn't be happier with my results. But don't take my word for it. Take the word of millions of men who use Teach Hanley, and there are over 16,000 5-star reviews. And right now, Teach Hanley has an amazing offer. When you hit that link in the description, you'll get 40% off your first box and a free gift valued at over $20. I personally recommend the manicure set, a premium nail kit that's valued at $24. So click that link in the description if you want to get started with a life-changing skincare routine today. Get started with Teach Hanley. Now, next up on the list is a brutal truth that's near and dear to my heart, with this being a Style OG channel and all. One of the things you have to take into account, dressing well as an older guy isn't an option. It's a necessity. You see, when we're younger, we can get away with chasing trends, sloppy fits, and just throwing anything on. But as you get older, not so much. You see, dressing well is often what separates the men from the boys. As we get older, we have to realize the first thing people judge about you is how you present yourself. And what do they see first? Your personal style. Those that get left behind think style doesn't matter. And they wonder why they get overlooked and less respect. True man realizes that dressing well isn't about vanity. It's about confidence. Vanity. It's about confidence, discipline, and self-respect. Well-dressed man, he moves different, commands attention, and makes an impression without saying a word. Now, next up, in my opinion, without a doubt, is one of the most important brutal truths on today's video. Weak men avoid accountability, strong men own it. In fact, I believe this is what separates weak men from strong men. You see, the less successful, they blame others, make excuses, and run away from consequences. But the successful man, he steps up, takes ownership, and handles business. Now, don't get me wrong. Whether you're a weak or strong man, life will give you obstacles and challenges. That's a given. But the real man, he has no time to avoid accountability. He learns from his mistakes. He adapts, finds solutions, and makes things happen. He has no time for a pity party. And here's one of the things I want you to realize. Responsibility, it isn't a burden. It gives you the opportunity to take control. You want more respect and more success? Own your actions, own your choices, and own your future. When you stay accountable, you stay in control. Now, next up is a brutal truth that keeps a lot of men from realizing their full potential. I need you to understand, comfort zone is the enemy of your growth. To get better, evolve, and see personal growth, you have to allow yourself to be uncomfortable. The less successful, they get complacent. They take no risks, avoid challenges, and wonder why nothing changes. But the successful, they embrace discomfort, push past limits, and evolve. You see, growth comes from struggle, whether we're talking about the gym, your career, or any aspect of your life, and especially in your mindset. When you get too comfortable, you stay in place. It's like running on a treadmill. But the man who embraces discomfort, he gets sharper, stronger, and better. Day by day. What you need to do, stop playing it safe. The more comfortable you become, the more you get left behind. Next up, we have a harsh truth that's extremely vital to hear. You can't fix the past, but you're in control of your future. Here's the problem with a lot of unsuccessful guys. They get stuck in the past, dwell on their mistakes, and let their past define them. But the evolved man, he learns, he adapts, and he moves forward with purpose. Because here's the thing, I get it. We've all been through life. When life's handed you a bad hand or someone done you wrong, that wasn't your fault. But how you respond to it, that's your responsibility. We've all had things, missed opportunities, things that just didn't go right. But the difference between a successful man and a less successful man, he learns from these mistakes. He sees how he can grow. He doesn't waste time having a pity party about the past. What matters the most, not what happened to you 10 years ago. It matters what you're going to do today and in the future. Now, next up is something I think a lot of guys start to notice the older they get. But just in case, I want you to hear me. Confidence comes from action, not talk. When we're talking about separating the real from the fake, this is one of those things. A lot of times, and I get it when we're younger, we might fake it till we make it. We have false bravado. We're not really that sure on our feet. And here's the problem with this. We waste time running our mouths, making big claims that aren't true. We're not being authentic. But the older guy, as he matures, he lets his actions speak for themselves. He doesn't feel the need to brag about his accomplishments. He realized that people will recognize his accomplishments, his success, and the things he's done well without him having to say a word. It'll happen organically. No need to run your mouth. And that leads to true confidence because he knows he can back it up. You don't get confidence just by talking. You get it by putting in the work, taking risks, and getting better. And yes, as young men and as older men, we're preached to that one of the best characteristics you can develop is confidence. But I need you to hear the brutal truth. Confidence earned by action, not words. Now, next up, we have one that I believe is often overlooked, but it's very important. I want you to realize your energy is your most valuable currency. People don't realize how big of an asset their energy is. You see, the less successful, those who get left behind, they waste time on distractions, toxic people, and things that really don't matter. But the accomplished, they protect their energy. They don't invest their time or resources in things that don't bring value to their lives. They invest their time, which is an extremely crucial asset, very wisely. Your time is very important, but without the right energy, you won't be able to use it effectively. If you're constantly drained, stressed, or distracted, you won't reach your full potential. That's a shame. So just like any other currency, save your energy. Invest it well. Don't give it out foolish. You want to make sure you're moving with purpose, making power plans, and continuing to grow. Now, next up is a brutal truth I want you to hear that will help you take into account everything else we've talked about today. You need to understand, especially the older we get, you only get one shot at this. You see, the less successful among us, they waste time, put things off, and act like they've got forever. But the more successful man, he moves with purpose, takes risks, and makes sure every moment counts. Because it does, especially as we get older. Life isn't a practice run. This is it. There's no do-overs, no rewinds. Just the choices that you're making today that will affect your future, both near-term and long-term. You can either sit back and let time slip away, or you can step up, take charge, and move with purpose for the rest of your life. And that helps you live life on your own terms. So stay focused, stay intentional, and keep moving. You're not getting any of the time you waste back. Keep in mind, you only get one shot at this thing we call life. Okay, so there you have it. My list of 10 brutal truths I believe every older guy needs to hear. Now do me a favor, let me know in the comment section any harsh realities you believe must be shared with the OG. And if you enjoyed this video and found it informative, I highly recommend you check out a recent video I did about 11 easy ways to look more masculine. You can check it out right here. Yo. bed. It's like you work, you know me.
Aisha.